Well, good morning and happy Tuesday. Let me get my hair a little fixed up here. It is a nice, cool morning here in Fainox, north of Fainox. Let's see, Arizona. Very moderate temperature this morning. Very nice. And let's see. Oh, we got the Pomodoro. Pomodoro is up on there. There we go. It's up there. We're going to do some Pomodoros up there. 8, maybe more. Maybe we'll be able to get through a little bit more today. See how I feel. See how it goes. Oh, wow. What is happening here? How come? Okay. We are doing a tutorial today, and we're going to do some co-working kind of thing here. We do, oh, I didn't finish off that one. I do a tutorial, and lately that's been trying to learn JavaScript and trying to build up some knowledge so that I can feel comfortable contributing to an open source project which is called Crosshair, which has a lot of features already, but there's a lot of features that I would love to see, and there's also a pretty big issues list already on the GitHub, and so I would like to learn and feel comfortable, messing around with that stuff. So on Fridays, I've been trying to find some energy to dig into that code base, and haven't really done a lot with that. I've been kind of distracted with trying to set up my my Twitch stream on Solves, and there's a lot of ideas that I have for that, and a lot of coding ideas and stuff, and ideas for shows and stuff that I can run off there. So I've been trying to build that up, and it's been just a challenge. Just finding energy. It's been a rough time. I'm gonna finish off this here, and here we go. Okay. So let's hop on over to what we have today. Let's see. That's still center there. We'll get rid of that chat down there. Chat. Go away, chat. And learn a local storage by building a To-Do app is what we have up on deck. Ta-da. This is day 11, week 11, whatever I want that to be. I really need to update this stuff. The ticker updates automatically now. That was a nice addition. Well done, me. The chat cut and paste. I don't need that. I don't need to do that. You want to follow me on Blue Sky? Fucking go over there. I don't know. Follow me on Blue Sky. You want to do that? Go ahead. Let's see. Well, hopefully it works. Yeah, I am a little bit scattered this morning. Sorry, as I oft am in the mornings here. But JavaScript algorithms and data structures is what we're doing. You're gonna hear some music from the Aftermath equation, and let's go with this, and we can add some notes later. What did we do last week? We made a app with football cards or something like that. Yeah, this doesn't propagate. I need to fix that. I need to make another thing for this. Let's see. So going to start streaming, it should trigger StreamerBot to update my my notes with all that good stuff, all that the description, title, all that stuff. Let's see, object freeze. We looked at that, didn't really do much, didn't really make any headway there. Object destructuring syntax allows unpacking of values, right, from arrays and objects, and I forget what that was. I think that was with the 3 dots or something like that. I think that's what that was. I think we did that in the couple weeks ago. And then element text content property can be set as a variable, and they're useful for span elements, so default arguments are set like parameter and default value. So before I get started, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get started with doing some some of this thing here. Yeah, we'll do that. So, I'll be right back after a moment here. Okay, let's get started with this. All right, we're going to start with Pomodoro number 1. See if I can find this script. I need to figure out a way to get this as a doc, or at least a hotkey or something. I don't know how to do that. I want to learn more about scripting and building OBS plugins. Yeah, so we'll start the timer. This is the first of 8 focus sessions. Let's get started with this To-Do app. This is my focus day, my day to focus on things, right? And really get after it. Get to it, man. Yeah, it's weird that I cut all that off. Alright, well, yeah, any event. Get started. So we're gonna build this thing. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. I'm sneezing a lot. We've got the windows open. It's almost like springtime here. It's lots of pollen. Ooh, gosh. Okay. And the second bloom. We're going to add a to-do task. We're going to have this form where we have a title and a label, or the label of the title in this input box. We've got this date thing here. I don't know. Glasses. And description here. Okay. And if I do like something like this, what if I do like task, and then I do like, what if I don't select the date? Do this whenever? Can I do that? Do this whenever, there's no date. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's pretty cool. This is very old interface, but yeah, it's fine. We're just focused on trying to learn the JavaScript end of this, and so we'll be diving into that. Let's take a look at the HTML. I like to get my head around what objects we're working with the HTML. So I'm gonna just go full screen with this. We'll come all the way over to this first one here. Shrink that down. Maybe we'll pop out the preview. Not just yet. Let's shrink that down to like there or something. And yeah, and here. Okay. All right. As always, we have a HTML tag up at the top. Wrapping everything in this HTML tag. That XML format that lets you know it's actually HTML, right? Okay, so HTML tag is the language. Is English, of course. Okay. And of course we have our head with the meta. You need a character set, which we're going to do is UTF-8, the standard stays, I think. And then there are others to bring in more characters, I think. But they're not as used. HTTP equivalent, still don't know what that is. I remarked about that last week. I still didn't learn that. XUA compatible, IE equals edge, whatever. Meta, viewport, content. You're gonna have something going on here. Width is equal to device width. Initial scale is 1. Then our title, learn the local storage by building a to-do app. And then a link to the style sheet. Okay, so the main thing that we note is that we have a character set in the meta, inside of the head. Then we need a title to show up at the top here, right? And then we're going to style it. And so we need to put the style link to the style sheet in the head. Okay, I think that helps it to like load alongside CSS alongside the HTML, the rest of the HTML. And then inside of this body, so we have a head and a body, and that's it. Head and body, that's the HTML. And then we have a main tag inside here. We have a to-do app as the H1, that's the header there, okay? Let's try to figure out what's going on here. Right, our body has a main and a script element inside of it. And the script is at the bottom of the body, and we're calling that JavaScript, so it's going to execute the, I don't know why he needs a man at the bottom, honestly. They mentioned it before. I have no idea. If you know, please let me know. Because I'll forget to look that up later. To-do app, and the class is to-do app. Let's see which elements we have. Can we just like collapse everything? Okay, so inside of main, we just have H1 and then a container for the to-do app, this div container for the to-do app. Inside of the div container is, let's see. Oh, there's a dialog box. I don't know if we've dealt with those. Okay, so we have a button, a form, and a dialog. Okay. Inside of our to-do app container. So then we have these other things here. We have open task form button. That's for this button right here. We have the task form hidden. So there's no functionality with that, so I can click it all day. And then the IDs, the class, task form. Hidden, and then you see that we have this hidden thing, and so that's going to play a part, I bet, in these CSS. We're going to have class hidden is just display none. Interesting. That's something to take note of. I think I need to implement that in my own stuff. Let's see. Ooh. And then we have confirm close dialog. Here's the ID for that. What was going on inside this one? All right, so inside of here, you just have this add new task. That's a very simple element. We're just going to need to add some event listeners to really just one event listener to handle what happens when I add a new task. And then we need to add, let's see, a way to handle the task form hidden, task form header. Okay, so task form is hidden up front, right? And then we're gonna unhide it when we're gonna have to change that class. And I think it was like with the set attributes or something. I think that's kind of, we have done that before. We're going to change the class. And, yeah, that's interesting. Because I don't know if we had it as a, with the space here. I think we were only changing just one class in past projects here. Task form header. We're gonna, let's see, I'm not sure what that is gonna be because this is all hidden right now, so we don't really see what's going on with it. But there's a button, there's a class. I don't know what this XMLS stuff is. Oh, it's just SVG. I just, forget about that. I don't know what's going on with these SVG things. It would be nice to learn. Inside of that SVG path tag, inside the SVG tag, you have path tags and stuff, and that kind of builds the SVG image somehow. I don't know. I don't know the syntax for that. I don't know what's going on. Not sure if that's something I'm ever gonna really dive too deeply on. Close task form button, ID and class, the same class as the ID. Button type is button. ARIA label is close. The ARIA, this was for screen readers and stuff, right? And the label is close. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So that's that button that we're gonna handle later. Okay, so then the task form body, and this is where we're gonna have to, I think this is where a lot of the work is gonna be done, right? We're gonna need to get the elements for the relevant, yeah, we're gonna have to get an event listener here for submit on the form control. We need to handle the input there and the date and also the text area. So we're going to need to grab those three things with our JavaScript. Like get element by ID and get element by whatchamacallit, or in some way we're just handling the input. And task form footer, it's going to be another add another task maybe, or add the task. So this is our submit button, right? Class is button, large button. It's going to have one type of button. And confirm close dialog. I don't know if we're going to have anything to do with this, except for adding event listeners for this, right? Because it's going to have a button, have a couple buttons, cancel and discard. Okay, so we then need to write functions for those, how that's going to handle each of those, link those to the event listeners. Tasks container. And then, okay, I missed this part. We have another div that is the tasks container. And that's where all of our tasks are going to go, into there. So there's going to be some format that we want them to appear in, and I'm not sure what that is yet, so that's what we're going to have to find out, how they want us to represent that. CSS-wise, we have, let's say, root, setting up our variables here, and the root setting up what happens for global styling, margin setting it to 0, margin and padding, and then border box is the box size. I don't know what that means. I am kind of picking away at like learning CSS before and after, so this is like, I don't know what these do. Yeah, I have no idea. Body background color set to a variable. The main tag is set to flex. Direction as a column. Justify the content as a center. Align items. All right, so flex. Justify content, align items in the center. Okay, so then we have H1 tags, adding some styling to those H1 tags, putting some margins on the left and the top. Is that what that is? The top and the left? I just wonder why it's not completely surrounding it. To do app, background color set to white as our thing there. Width, height, border radius. Okay, yeah. So we have some styling within our to-do app container, which is this thing, this add new task thing with the orange, light orange border there, flex direction column in there. The border radius is 8, so I can make this like really big and then just make it a circle. Well, I guess it needs more to make it a circle. There we go. Well, almost. How about 8,000? Oh, it's maxed out. Okay. We can make it 8. There we go. Adding position, buttons inside of there. You know what? I want some rounded buttons, though. No, maybe not. How about a border width of 30? That looks janky as fuck. Okay. Button on hover. We're going to change the background image to a linear gradient. Brighter? Is that what we're doing? Oh, darker. Okay. Linear gradient darker. Let's make it a little bit darker, like you're hovering over it. Okay. Large button. That's probably this one. Can we make the font size larger? Let's see. What if I did 2? That's going to make it huge. There you go. So that is a large button. Close task form button. This is probably not related to anything yet. Close icon. No, probably not there. Task form. Got some styling for the task form. I don't think we're changing anything with the CSS through JavaScript for this. There's a way to do that though as well. I think we have explored those ways. I don't know what this media thing does either. That tag. Okay, let's get going. Let's get started. We are well into this, well underway. Let's put this here, and I'm gonna put this like the half or the third. Let's go with the 2/3 view here, and then let's see if I'm over here. We'll see if we pick up all of that. Yeah, it picks up all of that. I think what we can do is we can go a little bit further. There we go. So in this project, we will learn how a local storage works in JavaScript by building a to-do app. And local storage is a web storage feature of JavaScript that lets you persist data by storing them as a key value pair. Sounds a lot like JSON objects, right? Local storage. As key value pair. That's generally how I approach local storage now. That's JSON objects and key value pairs. You know, what I've been doing with my other my little widgets and automations for the live stream solves. Begin by accessing the task form confirm close dialog. Okay. And open task form button elements with the get element by method. We're going to save them in variables task form. Okay, so we do need to label them though, right? So we're going to be are they constants? That is the thing. Save them as variables. Task form, we need to use the document get elements by id. And task form, okay. Close dialog. It's going to be documents. Get point my id. Let's go ahead and close. Or, you know what? Let's expand this a little bit here. Okay. Open task form button is what we need as well. And open task form button. Okay, so I didn't do it. So we have to use constants. Okay. Well, you didn't like specify that. You said variables. I thought that meant that you were going to vary them, but then wait, what am I getting wrong here? Open task form PTN. There's this one, but I don't understand why it's not working. Open task form BTN. OPET? There's no OPETs? What are you talking about? There's totally OPET. Alright. There we go. Getting off to a good start. Okay, so we also need, I forgot to update the number of things we're doing. 66 of those, so that's what we need to do. Let's, let me update that. And, let's see. Where is that? In the progress bar. So we need this to be 66 times. Okay. I don't know why this isn't updating. That's weird. It should update. Is that not running? It should have run. It's weird. Okay, so turning on timer should have set that up. Maybe that's okay. So my timers are off. That's why. Sorry, I got some stuff. My streaming I need to set up. So streaming checks turn on timers. That's where it is. Streaming started in any connection. Is that because I didn't connect it or something? Maybe it didn't. Maybe I need to add a thing with YouTube or something. Broadcast started. Just test that trigger and see if it works. So it should end up working in a second. Let's see if that works. I'm gonna be taking a break in a second anyway. Okay. Oh boy. All right. So we'll keep going with this after a quick break. Get up, get some water, take a walk around, get the brain going. Just getting started here. We're going to be on our second Pomodoro when we get back. So be back soon. All right, it's time to get back to it. Then you need to access more elements. With get element ID method, this time you need the close task form button, add or update task button, or cancel button elements, save them in the variables. Close task form button. Okay. Lots of just muscle memory here from all the previous tutorials that we've done. So we need to save. Oh, okay. Let's see. Close task form button. Very similar thing to what we just did. But always have a lot of these elements to work with. I'm gonna get rid of, let's go fully over to the left here and expand this. But that looks good. We need some room here. We got some long names for our variables, which is absolutely fine. We get to, we don't have to worry about how big our code files are. They're just very tiny in comparison to everything else. So, give those descriptive names. Make it easy to understand. Constant cancel button. Constantly being canceled. Let's see, cancel the button. There we go. All right, so we've set up our constants for that. Do we need even more? We need even more. We're just gonna need 100 variables. Why did that not automatically focus on the code line? That's so odd. Do we need a discard button? Element by ID. Discard button. We have a tasks container. That's an ID for that one as well. You could also do it by grabbing the class, I think, but then you end up grabbing every single one, right? I think so. Guess that comes back as a different format, I think, if you do it that way. And what are we calling this? This tasks container. Don't like that you don't have tab out. Tab out of it. Get element by ID. We're going to grab the title inputs. ID. There we go. Is that the last of it, or do we need more? We need some more. Become a supporter of me or of FreeCodeCamp. Your money can maybe do some things. Help some people. Or animals. I don't think they're representing furries, but you know what? Furries are people too. So, you can support them. I don't know, you could send me money, and then maybe I could support them, and then maybe I can get rid of these pop-ups. That would be a thing. Yeah. That'd be great. The last set of elements you need to get from the HTML file are the date input and description input elements. Save them in the variables date input and description input respectively. Description, inputs, by ID, and there we go. Create a task data constant and set it to an open array, an empty array. This array will store all the tasks along with their associated data, including title, due date, and description. The storage will enable you to keep track of tasks, display them on the page, and save them to the local storage. Very nice. This is kind of very relevant to what I've been trying to do using Python. I just don't want to run JavaScript on my computer for some reason. I don't know. Yeah. Let to create a current task variable. Set it to an empty object. This variable will be used to track the state when editing and discarding tasks. Current task. Alright, we need a constant. I completely forgot about the first part of this. And we need it to an empty array. And it will eventually store all the tasks along with their associated data, including the title. So it's going to be like a JSON object, a list of key value pairs, and yeah, I think that's what it's going to be, right? It's going to be a list of dictionaries that a list of a set of key value pairs. Is that like the way to describe it? I just always fall back to the Python language, the verbiage used in that language. Use let to create a current task variable, and we want an empty object. An empty object is like that, I believe. In Python, that would be an empty dictionary or an empty set. I think it's an empty dictionary. Now you will work on opening and closing the form model. Or the modal. We're talking about modals, not models. In earlier projects, you learned how to add and remove classes from an element. Yeah, we did. I did mention that, right? Add a class and then remove a class from an element. Oh, okay. So it was... Interesting. I didn't know that we added that we ended up having multiple classes assigned to one element. And then another method to use is the class list property. That sounds like something we should probably take note of. Let's see, class list. It's an element property. What does it do, though? We have the... Oh, class list was... Yeah, we did have that. Let me just put that on there. And then the toggle method. removes if it is present. Okay, there we go. And the class to toggle. So that's pretty good abstraction there. I like that. I like that one, because then if you have it hidden and you want to turn it to visible, then you just go to toggle. However, like, it's kind of not as descriptive though, like, because you need to know the state of the class list. What if it's visible, for some reason? So I guess, like, kind of want to just scope it so that it's only restricted scope, so that it's only toggling within a certain set of certain state of the entire app, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Add an event listener. I'm gonna have an event listener. Oh gosh, I forget to remember how to add an event listener. Is it with the document? No, it's with the button, right? It's assigned to a button, so we need add event listener. Event listener. Can't type for shit today. So on click, that's the action. That is the thing there, and then the callback function, an anonymous function, and we have learned about those. That's an anonymous function. Very nice. Very nicely done. And then inside of this, oh no, we need to do class list on which element though? The task form element, class list toggle the hidden, and then you can now click on the add task button and see the form modal. There it goes. And we can't do anything with it though. Add task doesn't have a thing. Why is that functionality already there? It shouldn't be doing anything right there. That shouldn't do anything. How is that doing anything? This is part of the browser, I think, is the date element thing. The date selector. Then the input, the text input, like we can add text. Ooh-aga-doo-doo text on there, and then but we can't do anything with it, right? It does the data validation, like it does the text whether or not it's empty. That's weird. Is that just like a part of the HTML standard or something? If there's built-in validation for checking whether or not there's a empty stuff, because we have not. I haven't done anything with that. I have not touched anything with that. Right? Maybe we link to the buttons, and that's about it, to variables, but there's nothing that handles what happens with that. So that's all being done with the. Yeah, it must be something that's handled by whatever runs HTML in the browser. I think. We need to learn that stuff. All right, let's go to the next challenge. We're up to step number 7. We are like, what, 10% of the way done? 10%. Okay, this could be a long day, I think. A modal, and this is some verbiage we need to understand here, because I don't think I really understood what a modal is. A modal is an element that prevents all interaction with elements outside the modal. Elements outside it. Until the modal has been dismissed. Okay, that makes sense. So how do you specify that though? That's a dialogue thing? Okay, so there's a dialogue. Are there what other modals are there? That's interesting. It has a show modal, so there might be other modals, I think. Very interesting. Okay. Display a modal. Yeah, and then let's go here. I'm assuming that it's going to be same across other modal elements, any elements that can be used as a modal. I'm assuming. I'm generalizing from something I don't I might be completely wrong. So that might bite me in the future. But I'm assuming that there's other things than a dialogue. Let me see. Or HTML modals are what we're looking for here. It's the dialogue element. We do know that. 41 practical CSS modals. Let's see. So the dialogue. A modal or non-modal box. Well, what the hell is a non-modal box? So you're going to have something that you can interact with things outside of that. It's just a pop-up. All right, so how is it being specified here? Dialogue. I guess unless by default it just is a modal, and then is there something else you have to do? So form method is dialogue. We didn't do this with the forms, forms that we did before, right? Form method? Doesn't sound familiar. Any other modals? Any modals in chat? Dialogue, form method, dialogue. Dialog can be closed by clicking the OK button because the method attribute in the form element is set to dialog. Okay. Oh, because I guess, wait a minute, because there's another button thing and the format was submit or something like that. Why can't I scroll over? Why is this? Why can't I scroll? Just get rid of this for a second. Where do we have method? There's another one somewhere, but I don't know where. Okay. Because there wasn't button, there was the submit. Where's the submit thing? Submit is a type of button. I'm confused. I don't know what the method, what are your options then? Form methods. Because of the open attributes. Oh, wait a minute. There's an open attribute, and then there was they didn't add anything else other than an ID. So by default, it's off. By default, it's off. If you put open there, then it's going to be on start. Okay. Okay, makes sense. What time are we? About 5 more minutes before a break. Okay. Trying to think of how deep I want to go with this. So form method dialog. So form elements can be used to close a dialog box if they have the attribute method equals dialog, or if the button used to submit the form has form method dialog. When a form within a dialog is submitted via the dialog method, the dialog box closes. The states of the form controls are saved but not submitted, and the return value property gets set to the value of the button that was activated. All right, they'll probably explain a little bit about that later. Let's see. Okay. What started this anyway? Okay, so show modal or something. Just trying to understand all the different modals. Dialog element. So there's other modals, maybe. ARIA modal. Okay. It's hurting my brain. So a dialogue, basically it's the dialogue. You just wrap everything in a dialogue thing, and that becomes your modal. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, so in my pocket. Okay. All right. So we're going to add an event listener to the closed task form button. We've got enough time to finish this one, and then we'll go on a break. Close task form button variable and pass in a click element. Then we need a function here. And we want to show it on the confirm close dialog. That's what we want. And then this will display. Okay. If we click on the X, that's the close task form button, and then we have these discard, cancel or discard. Okay, that's what we want to do. Okay. One minute. Okay. The user clicks the cancel button. You want to cancel the process, and then the HTML dialog has a close method we use there. Okay, so. Close dialog. This is. Wait a minute. So we have a different thing going on here. Cancel button is not a function, of course. We need that. There it is. Okay. If I click cancel, it should cancel. And it does. Very nice. Okay. We don't have any functionality for that, but that's what we will work on. So we're on step 8. We will go on to step 9. You know, I haven't been adding this to the chat. I will add this to the chat. So, did that work? That looked like it did not work. I'm gonna take a little break. Be back in a few minutes. of 8. User's going to click the discard button. You want it to close the modal. Showing the discard and cancel and discard button. Hide the form modal. On click or something, right? And then the fallback is going to be like this. And then we also, okay, but then, okay. Oh, you want to, yeah, and then you want to hide the modal. Okay, I understand. Before, we didn't want to hide the modal because we wanted to go right back into editing, right? We wanted to go right back into this. So if we discard, that should be working though. Oh, right, because, okay, never mind. Need to add the event listener. Now it should work, right? Yeah. We want this to close out when we discard the changes. We want to, you know, we're trying to exit out of it. So when we discard the changes, we want to exit out of the modal. If we just hit cancel, then we want to stay in the modal and stay with our data that we have there. I feel like you need to clear out what was already typed in there, though. Do you not? Not sure how that works. So on the task form, class list, toggle the hidden class. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then so we do have this feature there. Okay, just exit there. Okay, so now that we've worked on opening and closing the modal, it's time to get the values from the input fields and save them into the task data array and display them on the page. We're going to add a submit event listener to your task form element. Okay. On submit, I'm going to pass a E as in there. Is that an element? Is it an element? What does the E stand for? An object as the parameter in your arrow function. So inside the curly braces. Prevent default method to stop the browser from refreshing the page after submitting the form. Of the task form? What was the prevent default? I feel like that was a thing we did. Is that something we did? Let me see. I don't know which week it would have been. But I don't know if we did that. I don't know what it is. So, oh, right. I'm not very clear about what we're doing with that. Okay. I mean, obviously, we want to do something with this E element that we're passing through there. So, for every single thing that we put in for submit on the task form, I'm going to prevent the default. I don't know what that's doing, though. So, the E, when we hit submit, are we like submitting? Is that going to cycle over like, is this going to act on every single input box? Or every single input element that we have? Like the date box and, both of those text boxes, one with the inline and then the other with the bigger text box. I don't think we did anything with that yet. It's interesting. Okay. Get me back over here. Come on back over here. There we go. You'll need to determine whether the task being added to the task data array already exists or not. If the task does not exist, you will add it to the array. If it does exist, you will update it. To accomplish this, we're going to use the find index method. Seen this used before. I've actually used that before in a couple of scripts that I used for with the templater extension plugin, what have you, with Obsidian. I mean, you want to find a certain line or element in your text file. Okay. So the find index array method. Okay, we should put that down here. That's what we've been working with. It's a perfect description that they've given us. Finds and returns the index, the first element in the array matching and meets the three criteria. By a provided testing callback function. Yeah, so testing callback function, what they mean by that, I'm assuming, is that it has to return a Boolean value, either true or false, right? So the callback, or truthy, should return a truthy value to indicate a matching element has been found. Does it, like... See, I don't understand this truthy, falsy stuff. I thought the check on it was truthy. The value is just a Boolean value of being true or false, but the check itself is like a truthy check. I wouldn't call the variable or the value itself truthy. I don't know. Like, I don't understand. Maybe I'm wrong on it. I don't understand. Is there something other than a Boolean true false in JavaScript? Is there a thing called truthy that is that is like the value that gets returned? I thought the values were just true or false. Oh, wait a minute. We did this in week 6. Week 6 we did this prevent default. What did we cover in week 6? Gosh, that was so long ago. It was last month. It was like, that was in August, I think. Prevents default actions of a specified event. I forget what that meant even. Default submit action, leave this page. Gosh, I don't know what the reasoning is for that. I don't quite get it. Okay. That search took forever. What a slow ass search. I don't want to put Omni search on. I already have like this is already way too fucking bloated for a what do you call it? It's way too bloated for a text editor. Obsidian, 824 megabytes of memory it needs to take up. Why? Why does it need that? Why do you need that? Why do you need all that memory, and then what you're going to do is take 2 minutes to return a search over every single document? Shouldn't take that long. Constant to declare a variable called data array index. Assign it the value of task data to find index. Okay. They're just telling us what to do here. We're just typing like a monkey. For the find index method, pass in an arrow function. Now I have to think about what an arrow function is. Okay. We do know that. We've established that we know this. Pass in a arrow function with the item as a parameter. So we know that the item is going to go into there as a parameter. And then within the function, we're going to check if the ID property of the item is strictly equal to the ID property of current task. But that's not truthy. You said we wanted to find a truthy or falsy thing. We're actually finding the exact whether or not it's true or false, even in your own definition here. We're not looking for a truthy value. We're looking for the truth. Property of item is strictly equal to id property of current task. So current task has a property called ID. We want to check whether or not that is strictly equal to the ID property of item. Huh. Oh, okay. I did it wrong. I did it in the wrong order. No? Oh, you have to return it. Right, okay. Because we don't have the implicit return. If I did it like this, though, it should pass, right? Let's see if I do it like this. Oh, I think it would have worked that way. The implicit return would have worked as well, I'm pretty sure. When a user creates a list or a task, it should be saved in an object. Constant variable. Task object. Empty object again. Okay, so what did we add? We added that when you submit, then it's going to find. Well, first is going to prevent the default things from taking place. Whatever that means, I don't know what default actions there are for on submit. Task data find index. Yeah, and then we're going to find an index. So now we want to do something with it now, right? We still have not really handled what's happening here. When we submit, we need to save that information into a task, and then we're going to use some local storage, I think, and save it locally. Task objects, assign it to the value of an empty object. Then below that, we'll add a console log, because this is how we test. We test by just printing to the console. Okay. Well, there's nothing there, obviously. So nothing's gonna happen there. So then inside of this object, we need to have an ID property, and what we need to do is give it the value used. Use the value of title input. I mean, How do we get the value again? Value is, so title inputs we grabbed from there. Is it just value? Get the value. Okay. And then, okay, and then that's it? And that's all we have to do? Yeah, okay, and then we can get a title. My title shows up in the console. What if I change the title? And then it shows up down there as well. All right, when we click the add task, so enter also does the same thing. I am curious, like how, because this is very relevant to what I've been trying to look at with Crosshair. So there's a modal that pops up when you have keep trying. When you complete a puzzle, like you've filled out every single box in the puzzle, but it's not correct. And then it pops up a modal that says keep trying. But like you can't exit out of that modal by clicking outside of the element, right? And that's kind of what I want to have. Like that's the desired behavior to me. Or what would be nice is if it was focused. If the focus was on the button for keep trying and then you hit enter. So I'm keeping my eye out as I do this for that case to try to like, maybe something will pop out and then maybe I can make a fucking easy peasy pull request and then make my first contribution to that project. And then it would like it would be such a quality of life improvement for me because I like to just like either enter or exit, enter, escape out, something like that, you know. It would really help me. Okay. The user should be able to input a title with uppercase and lowercase letters, but for the ID value, the title should be all lowercase. That makes sense. I think they tell me exactly what it is. I thought it was too lower, but it is too lowercase method. Okay. And that's it. Then we can add a title of walk dog and then it'll work. Okay, so if I add a title of what's going to end up down there is that the ID is going to be that. You also don't want spaces in your ID. I mean, that's not a thing that you want, right? So I think what you want to do is to replace spaces with hyphens. So we can do like is that a thing I can do? No? There's no string replace. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well, we'll just move along. Right now, your ID value is lowercase string, but the final result should be a hyphenated string. Start by changing it yeah, okay, split value. You have to split it first. You can't just do a string replace. That's weird. Python, so much nicer. So much nicer in Python. So much nicer in Python. So what I need to do is split on that. And then what? Well, that will give me a list. But then I want to join that, right? And then so that's what we're doing for that. And then I want to join it together. But the join method usually goes like this, right? And then you do join on the string. Is it like that? That's how I would do it in Python if I had split it up. But apparently you do it this way, you do it that way. All right, that's a nice distinction there. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, because the join is a local method in Python, or like it's a standard library or standard Python function that acts on strings, or acts on that's a method of strings. Strings, the class string, has a method called join. And then you pass in a list to that join method, and then, whatever the string was gets put into the middle of every single list element and returns as a string. But on this one, interesting. So title input.value. Join is a array method. Interesting. That's something to take note of. I'm just gonna sit with that for a minute, because that's something I need to make sense of. So in Python, join is a string method. It's a method of strings, but it's a method that belongs to the string class. But in JavaScript here, join is a method of lists. It belongs to the class of list objects, or whatever you want to describe that as. I think you would say list objects, right? Because that split is going to return a list or an array in JavaScript speak here. Okay. I think I'm comfortable with that, Ben. Okay. One last thing you'll need to do to make this ID unique is place the entire value below inside an embedded expression. Okay, I'm gonna need a break here. 2-minute warning here. I'm gonna get my lunch ready while I take my little 5-minute break in 2 minutes here. I'm already on break. I gotta tell you, I've lost focus on this Pomodoro here. One last thing you will need to do to make this ID unique. You have to place the value right inside an embedded expression, then wrap that value into template strings. So we do have to do that. Okay. Why is that necessary? Because it seemed like it was working. Is that the handle what happens when there's I bet when there's nothing that returns, then it's a null object and it's not but what you actually want is for that to be an empty string. I think that's how they're handling that. I'm not sure. Okay. We want to make the ID more unique. Uniquify it. Add another hyphen and use date.now. Oh, because that's what we're doing. Okay, never mind. And that's why we're doing this like this. We need to put it into the date now. With the template literal show. Okay, never mind. You never mind me. Just don't pay attention to me. Did I not do it? Hyphen and then the date, right? Oh, because I just had the function. I didn't call the function. There we go. Let's take a break. Let's get up and walk around, drink some water, come back in 5 minutes, and go into lunch after that Pomodoro.
Against the rule of the
Okay, here we are. I don't know why it took a little bit of a lag there to switch over, but let's see what we're doing. We're gonna finish this up. It's time to add the remaining properties to the task object. We're gonna retrieve the values from the title input, date input, and description input. Okay, save them to properties, title, titley. Okay, so we got title, and then we need, like, let's just do this for a second. We need date, and I'm just gonna do that for a minute, and description, and we need that one for a second there, and then that's it. Okay. Lunch is going. Got that pepperoni pizza in the oven. The title input. So how do we get that again? We have the task object. Well, I mean, wait, where do we get that from? Title input. Value? Date input value? Do I have to wrap those in those tags? Because it wasn't clear that what they were doing before. That is what all we need to do. We don't need to wrap them in template literals. Okay. And then so now that we've finished testing our object, we can move along to console log there. So is it actually like, are we can remove that, but let's test this out. So it should be showing this stuff. My task, and then I can add, like, let's say, October 16th is when I want to do that. Let's say like 9 days I want to have that done. This is something that needs doing, a task that needs doing. Can I just hit enter? Can't just hit enter, but I can tab into that and do that. Okay, so cool. It does save that, and we do save the date as that, and then so like the ID is being saved as my task, and then the number of milliseconds since the epoch, since first epoch or something. Is that what that is? Is that seconds or milliseconds? Oh gosh, that's funny though. They didn't explain that at all. What is they done now? Let's look that up. Yeah, let's go there. Milliseconds since the epoch, which is defined as January 1st, 1970 UTC, Universal Time Code. So it's going to be, I think that's... I don't know what the distinction is between Greenwich Mean Time and UTC 0. I feel like maybe there's been like some change to GMT or something, and then this takes account for that. UTC takes account for that. I have no real understanding of that. Yeah, we'll do that later. Okay, so we're going to just remove that, and that was step 19 or step 20. Step 20, very difficult step. Got to delete a whole line. Now that we've obtained the values from our input fields, generated an ID, we want to add them to our task data array to keep track of each task. My brain did not process any of that sentence. Now we've obtained values from the input fields. We generated an ID. We added values. We added the values to that object, right? And then we want to add them to our task data array to keep track of each task. Okay, yes, okay, yeah. We want to push that object onto that list. However, you should only do this if the task is new. If the task already exists, you will set it up for editing. Well, now you're being... Okay. But how do you do that, though? Because... Is it just by the name of the task? You're just going to do it by the name of the task? And then checking if the, the ID... Because the ID is going to be different. I don't understand this. Create an if statement with the condition data array index is equal to -1. That means that it's it's blank then, or it doesn't exist. Okay, so we're finding the index of... Wait. Oh, gosh. Oh, I gotta wrap my head around this. Data array index. Task data dot find that. Where are we getting the task data? Oh, the task data is the array. Okay, and then item... Throughout the array, item ID... equal to the current task ID. Right, but I mean... We were doing date now, not date today, right? Because the date now is gonna... Is the date now not gonna fuck with that? Can you please, like, I don't understand. Use the unshift method to add the task object. Unshift method. I don't know what that is. Unshift method of the task object or the task data? It's an array method, so we should be acting on the task data, not on the task object. Okay. Alright. Oh, you want to unshift the task object. What does that mean? Add one or more elements to the beginning of the array. Oh, so it's like a push. What's the difference? What's the difference between pushing on an array? Oh, push goes to the end. Oh, okay. And then unshift. Okay, that is different. So on... I don't know if Python has a method. That does that. I think generally what you do is that you push and then you specify the index. So if you push at 0, then it puts it to the front of the array, which is, as an operation, it's a order n, the number of elements in the list. Whereas pushing the end of the array is just a constant operation. But okay. Unshift. So it is another array. So unshift adds the specified elements to the beginning of the array. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so now that we have saved the task in the test data array, should display the task on the page by looping through it. And for each, we can use the for each method. Task data for each. Then you pass in a something here. So destructure ID title date as the parameters don't return anything yet. Okay, to destructure it, it's a task object. And is it the star or something like that? What was destructuring? I don't remember if I put the syntax there. I didn't. Destructuring. Okay, I need to revisit that. Okay. Like that? I don't understand what they want. Yeah, it's an array method, so yeah, I got that right. So you do it as that. Okay, and then what we want to pass in is that, right? And then so you just want the parameters as ID like that? What was object destructuring? Oh. Oh. Oh, so if I do... I did talk about this last week, right? Task object. No? Like that? Like that. Okay. All right. I don't... Oh, I didn't check this out. Okay, so there is the... when you're destructuring an object, you do it like this. So we could actually, I think we could do it like this. Oops, wait a second. I think I could do it like this. No? I am using, like I'm using this, right? Do you need a second thing? No, it doesn't work. Okay, I don't get it, but look, we'll move on. Alright, that's all we needed to do was put in that, though? We didn't have to set it equal to a object? Where are we getting the task object for? Because it's not here. Inner HTML, your empty backticks. Addition assignment. Okay, like that. Okay. Alright, but why? Okay, because we're going to flesh it out later. That's why. Okay, so become a supporter, guys. Come on. Come on now. Come on, help me out here. Help me. Got a Patreon? You can do that stuff? We got like a Ko-fi? You can do the Ko-fi? Buy me a Ko-fi? Or two, or three, Even just one is fine. Even just one. That's all. Let's see, because what is going on here? Create a div element with the class of task. Well, we have template strings. Right, we want to set the ID attribute. To the ID we destructured, which is just ID, is it not? Okay. And I guess I can just close that div then, right? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. So I need it to be like this? Or do I need it to be in quotes? I need it in quotes. That's what I need. That's the problem. Okay. I needed it in quotes. Step 25. Create a P element and use template strings to set its content to the title you destructured. Right before the content of the P element. Okay, so let me see. I need a P element. And We need to close that paragraph element. Okay. And the content is going to be the title that I just structured. I don't need quotes for this one, though. Pretty sure. Right before the content of the P element, create a strong element. Strong bod element. Okay. Like this. Like that. Apparently. Okay. Okay. And then similar to the previous step, we're going to create another P element. Interpolate the date. See, they're saying interpolate now. And put the date before it in a strong tag. Okay. I'm sure that's it. Oh, what am I doing? There it is. We're going to create one more paragraph element. And we're going to say strong. And it's going to be interpolating the description. There we go. Okay. Just a bunch of typing. So to allow for task management, we need to include both a delete and an indent button for each task. Create 2 button elements. Okay. So that makes sense then. That makes sense if we're gonna, add a way to edit them. But that's the thing, though. I don't really like that case that we're handling where the task is the same. When would that ever happen? I don't know, unless there's an error or something, or like a repeated submission where you accidentally click the button twice in like extremely fast succession. I don't know how that would even be possible. Type of set the button in the class is VPN, and we're going to set the text of the first button to edit. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we can just close that, and then the other one's delete. Okay. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. After adding the task to the page, we're going to close the form modal to view the task. Okay, how do we close it again? Oh gosh. Pop quiz hot shot. Let's see. Task form element, we have a class list, and we have a toggle hidden. That's how you did it. Okay. All right, fine. So let's see. So if we added a task. Please fill out this form. This is my task. Many like it, but this one's mine. I can edit or delete. That's what we're gonna have to add. We're gonna have to add this functionality up next. Okay, so we are like what? We're halfway there? Not quite. Not quite. If you attempt to add another task now, you'll notice that the input fields retain the values you entered from the previous task. Right, that's what I was pointing out before. We didn't handle that case yet. To resolve this, you need to clear the input fields after adding a task. Okay, so we need to take a break. that's what we'll do when we come back. And I'm gonna go get some lunch. Drink some water, walk around for a minute, take my dog out for a little pee walk, and then we will come back and we will get to the other half of this, and we should be done in a good amount of time. Okay, well, I'm still kind of on a break, but I'm gonna come back in and kind of like explore around a little bit. Well, just free floating, you know, not tethered down by the Pomodoro. Let me like explore a little bit here. Like I wanted to take a look at some of the CSS. So like I don't know what these things mean. So I want to take a look at CSS structuring or something. I know with nesting and specificity, okay. Nesting selector is function. Let me see, what does this mean in what does that mean before it's a pseudo element? Oh, it creates a pseudo element. Well, I don't know what those are. The first child of the selected element. Okay. Add cosmetic content to an element with the content property. It's inline by default. We don't have content on this one. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, so then the HTML, what is that? Oh, for references, so the A tag is like for links, right? What is the A tag anyway? I don't actually know what that is. And then I guess that you do things with the other stuff. So before and after, you're putting, okay, so any elements that had any kind of styling, they're just doing that. Okay, I think I understand. I think that's what they're doing, right? Okay. Pseudo element. Change the font of the first line of a paragraph. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Cool. So you're not getting the whole element, it's a pseudo element. Keyword added to a selector to let you style a specific part of the selected element. Aha, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting indeed, okay. And then there's another thing that I don't think I quite understand. I do understand this part, that it's like a hover. It's state dependent, right? So the hover is like gonna track where your mouse is and then what's happening when you hover over an element that fits that. Got it. Okay. And child selection. Style for selected text. Interesting. Oh. You know what? Can we play with this? Can I play? Oh, okay. They don't have it built in. Oh well, that's pretty cool. I kind of like that. You gotta see if like you select it and then see if you can like change the font size. I bet there's some restrictions to that though. Like there probably is. I bet there's only like a certain. You probably can't do everything with that. I think that would lead to some pretty wonky results there. But okay, it does seem like you would need to do something there. All right, this is specifying an ID. Title input, date input, description input. Media thing. That's what I'm looking for. This media thing. Okay, so it's a CSS at rule. That's something we need to learn. Used to apply part of a style sheet based on the result of one or more media queries. Don't quite understand that. With it, you specify a media query and a block of CSS to apply to the document if and only if the media query matches the device on which the content is being used. Okay, how do you... And then the query is min width? Is that the query, or... So if the min width is 576, then we have the to-do app form task thing. We do all this other stuff that's a little bit different. And then the rule... Oh, I have seen the import things for importing fonts from Google Fonts. Like import URL, the layer and supports. Okay. Yeah, like this, my imported styles, that thing. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, so if the min width is less than or equal to that, so that is... Any range features can be prefixed with min or max to express minimum condition or maximum condition constraints. Okay. Oh, it's the same as the width being less than that. Okay, so min width. Okay, so if the width is less than that, so for... But I don't understand this, though, because... Wouldn't this be... Yeah, okay, so for anything larger than that 576 or equal to it, this whole block is going to take effect. We're going to apply these rules there. Interesting. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Very interesting. It's interesting. Okay, so you can do if it's in between min width and max width. It's so wow. There is a lot with this this language. It's the CSS declarative language there, right? Wow. Okay. Okay, let's get back to this tutorial here. Learning stuff is fun. Like, how do you not have fun while learning? I know why. Because if you're in like a school or anything and then there's like pressure to do things in a quick way, you have to efficiently learn. Learn efficiently. That's the problem. Just fucking goof around. Learn stuff when your brain's ready to lock that away into you know long-term memory, or move it into short-term, or however the heck it works. Probably move it into short-term memory and then keep repeating, and then do long-term memory. Yeah. Okay. If you attempt to add another task now, you'll notice that the input fields retain the values you entered for the previous task. To resolve this task, you need to clear the input fields after adding a task. So instead of clearing them one by one, it's good practice to create a function that handles clearing all of those fields. And so you can then call this function whenever you need to clear the input fields again. So we'll use arrow syntax to create a reset function. And that's just going to be like this here. Empty set of curly braces. We'll flesh that out. Step 31 and probably 32. Let's see. We're going to do inside the reset function, set each value of title input, date input, description input to an empty string. Okay. And then do we have to do it like this? That is something we can manipulate, I'm pretty sure. And then we'll also use the classless toggle on the hidden to toggle that off. I think we're gonna have to go back and refactor one of those things. Like when we, because otherwise the toggle is gonna get all screwed up, right? Screw that CSS. The toggle is gonna get messed up with where was it? On discard. I think it was with discard, right? Where's discard? Where the heck was the discard? Did it disappear? I mean, where did it go? We have the cancel button and discard button. Here. Discard. That's where we probably want to add the reset, right? When we want to discard, we want to reset. When we add, yeah, basically anytime that we see the classless toggle thing hidden. Oh, except for when we show the modal, right? Show modal. And this one. For all the open ones, we're okay with that. Close the task form button. But close task form button should also reset. Oh wait, after you discard. I feel like we're going to be rewriting these. We're going to replace these lines with resets, right? I think that's what we're going to have to do if we're going to be toggling it within this reset function. Let's see. We want to set current task as an empty object. And then that's that. Now, let's see. Remove the existing toggling the class on the task form. Right, I just mentioned that, right, on this one. And we're going to have to do the same for discard. And we're going to call the reset function instead. And then we'll do the same for the discard button. Also remove the existing code toggling the class hidden on that task form inside of this. And yeah, so we just need to get rid of this and we do reset there. Yeah. All right. That was good. I'm proud of myself for noticing that. It makes me feel like I'm paying attention. Should display the cancel and discard buttons to the user only if there is some text present in the input fields. Some text present in the input fields there. Display the cancel and discard buttons to the user only if there's some text present in the field. Okay, so we need to do a test with an if. Start by removing the confirm close dialog modal. Okay. Okay. But right. There's another modal that we're popping up for the discard and that stuff. Where is that anyway? Here. Where is the discard and that stuff? Is there a second dialogue that I'm missing? There's the confirm close dialogue, right? And then isn't there another dialogue? That's the only one? Wait a minute. So what is handling the add task? Discard message text. Oops, that shouldn't have happened. I feel like I'm missing something. Because the modals are handled by dialogue things, right? And then so it is showing now? Something's showing right now. It doesn't show that there's anything's hidden. Something has to be hidden. Task form is hidden. Oh, because that's not a modal. Okay, it's not a modal, right? That's just part of that. And the modal that we're actually using is the confirm close. All right. Well, that's okay. That's interesting. I really need to learn a lot more about this stuff. So we're just removing this and then close task form button event listener. Write some logic to check if there is yeah, okay. Should be on click, right? Or oh my gosh, that's where we're inside of that. I'm not even paying any attention. If I mean, it's the truthy value, is it not? Truthy, it's a truthy check. Truthiness. If those things are truthy. Yeah. Okay. Then we're going to show the modal method on confirm close line. We were just pushing on it. That's fine. Okay. Otherwise, if there's no changes, we're going to call the reset button. Well, how do I... Is it like just a not equal to null? Is that what we're doing? I'm really confused. Oh, I know why. Okay, so I don't need to do all this stuff. It's the value. I keep forgetting that. Take it away, boys. Take it away, Michael McDonald. Keep forgetting. You need to call that there. Oh shit, did Mitzi get a bird? Mitzi, what you doing? You alright? Just heard a noise outside my balcony and sounded like a bird, or something. A bird flying away and something falling, and I thought it was my cat getting the bird, or maybe lunging after the bird and flying off the balcony, which would be bad. Let's see. So I think this will work. No. Okay. Well, take it away, boys. I don't know. Not equal to none. So if I do that, am I not using the right ors? Like, wait a minute, is it or like that, or is it or like that? Oh, it's the wrong or. It's extra or. Why does it need to be extra or? Yeah, and there's values that are converted to true or false. I understand that. I don't understand, like, why you can't... What does the pipe do? It's disjunction maybe for bitwise or something? Atoms and assertions. Well, I mean, yeah, but this is for... Is that? This is regular expression, is it not? Yeah. So weird. It's just used for that, for regular expressions, and so they thought, oh wow, we shouldn't overload this. We should, make it double double pipe in order to distinguish between that. For what reason? Why do you need that exactly? It doesn't really make a difference. Does it? Like, what are you afraid of it conflicting with? I'm confused. I don't know. In Python, the single straight line there would be a bitwise OR, which would act on a bit string or a bit byte object. Yeah. Okay. I'm really dragging my heels here. We are just barely halfway through, and we've got a lot to get through. So let's. I feel like we're almost done though, because it seems like everything is pretty much. Well, what else do we need to do? There's like. We're pretty much almost done. Enhance the code readability and maintainability by refactoring the submit event listener into two separate functions. The first can add the input values to task data. The second can be responsible. Oh, we still need to work with the local storage. That's the other part of this. Use arrow syntax to create and add or update task function. Then move the data array index variable okay, and then the data array index variable. This one. I don't know if I'm supposed to be deleting that. The task object. And then this part, I guess. Yeah, okay. All right, and then what are we doing? So the arrow syntax, create an update. As container, then move the task data for each. I mean, okay, and then we're gonna call it or something from there. Okay. How is this not what I did? What? Well, we need the tasks container thing? No, that's in there. What are you talking about? Oh, okay, I see. I just didn't wrap it. Yeah, in that. All right, yeah, that's it. Okay. Never mind. Inside the add or update task function, call the update task container and reset functions. Okay. Now we're going to go back to here and remove the reset that we had. Oh, okay, yeah, what are we doing with that E, though? The event? Okay. It's the problem. If you add a task and then add another, the previous task gets duplicated. This means you need to clear out the existing contents of task container before adding a new task. Okay. If I had another one. Well, in the field, because hello gets put in there, there's like some buffering. Okay, so. Okay. Just doing that, and then to enable editing and deleting for each task, we're going to add an on-click attribute to both buttons. Okay. Need a function. Why is it this, though? And we do need to wrap this in... Do we, though? No, I don't think we do. Okay. We haven't created these functions yet, but I guess this is how you do that. So it does need to be in quotes. Okay. Does need to be in quotes there. We're going to create a delete task function. Using more arrow syntax. And we're going to pass a button element. we need to get up, take a walk around, and see. Stretch our legs. Let's get the body going, and mind will follow. Be back in a few. Yeah. Let's get going. Let's do it. You need to find the index of the disk you want to delete first. I want to create a data array index variable. So we're doing that again. Set its value using the find index method on the task data. Find the index. And we want to paste an atom as the parameter for the callback function. Callback function. Within the callback, we want to check. Well, let's see if we can do this. So if the ID of the item is equal to the ID of the parent element of button L. Is that how we do this? We do button L? Button L. Yeah. Yes. You need to remove the task from the DIM. No subs. Using remove. Oh my gosh, they're so large here. We want to remove the task using remove, and then a task data array using splice. Okay. Oh yeah. Splice is an array method. Alright, I feel like I need to take notes. Notey over here. Yeah. While also returning the removed elements. Okay. Okay. You can take up to 3 arguments. The first one is the mandatory index at which to start. The second is the number of items to remove. And the third is an optional replacement element. Okay. I'm gonna use the remove element, a remove method. Here. Remove the parent element of the button L from the DOM. So that's after we create that constant. Okay. Ooh, button L. Alright, well that removes it. I'm very confused why you have to remove the parent element from the button. I don't get that part. I get you have to manipulate the task data. Oops. Splice. We're going to pass the data array index. And we're just taking out the wand. And that's the only thing, right? Okay. Not sure I quite understand that part. Become a supporter, yo. Y'all support. Y'all support means a lot. Yeah. Your money can, help. Your money can maybe do some stuff. Ask me later. Okay. We're gonna create another edit task, and we're gonna assign that to. We need to pass a button element, and okay, we're just gonna figure out what we're gonna do with that after this edit task. We need to find the idea. So why are we still doing this though? Why don't we have a method to like find the index or something? Why don't we just like, I don't know, create that function? Seems like we're rewriting the same code over and over again. Find the index. We do want to return the truth or false value. There we go. Okay. Use square bracket notation to retrieve the task to be edited from the task data. And assign it to current task. That's easy peasy. Let's see. Next, we're going to get the task to be edited. It's now in the current task object. We want to stage it for editing inside the input fields by setting the value of title input. Yeah, okay. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so then we set the inner text of the add or update button. Oh wait. There we go. That's how you do that. Number 49, here we go. Display the form modal with the values of the input fields. By using class list to toggle the hidden class and text. We're doing that again? Again? Yep, because we're displaying. We're going to use this to display, but we're using the reset to hide it. Always, I believe. So display the form modal with the values of the input fields. There we go. At this point, editing a task won't reflect when you submit the task, so to make the editing functional, we're gonna go back to the if statement inside the add or update task function. So create an else block and set task data array index. And I was just thinking, like, I can't read this right now. I don't like calling that function, like, I don't like calling that tag hidden. I don't like calling that class hidden. Like, I understand. I don't know. I understand that by default, when you first start it, it's going to be off. I would just call it show modal as the class. It doesn't have to be, you know, when that class is hidden. I don't know what I'm saying. I would probably redo that just because it feels weird. It looks weird to call the toggle, to call this toggle hidden. It seems like you're toggling it on to be hidden, but what you're actually doing is to turn it off, is to remove that from the class. I wouldn't, I don't know. It's just, you know, it's just words. Just making sure we're using the right words in the right context here. At this point, editing a task won't reflect when you submit the task. To make the editing functional, we need to go back to the if statement inside the add or update task function. Create an else block and set it to task data array index. And we want to set that equal to the task object. Okay, I'm kind of checking out at this point. I really don't feel like I'm very sharp right now. 2 more Pomodors to go. I want to make sure that I'm focused, though. Let's see. If the user attempts to edit a task, but decides not to make any changes before closing the form, there's no need to display the modal with the cancel and discard buttons. We didn't do this. They did this. Right? I don't remember doing this. and it's going to be a true or false value, a Boolean. Check if the user made changes while trying to edit a task by verifying that the title input is not equal to that. Yeah, okay. And same thing for the date input, and then for the description inputs. And I'm pretty sure we're doing the strict equality check. And again, remember to double pipe it. Oh, I even made like a mistake. It should really be strict equality, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's what they wanted. Form input values updated as the secondary condition. Form input values updated as the second mandatory condition in the if statement using the and what add that okay. If form input contains values, else do that reset. Wait, what are we doing then? So we want to add form input values updated as the second mandatory condition using the and operators, the double ampersands, because single ampersand is just going to be too confusing. It's just not the way to do it. Okay, but that's just closing it. It's not updating them. We haven't actually updated them, right? Oh, this launches the save or discard thing. Right, it's either discard or do that. I mean, you could put another button in there to be save, discard, save, and just cancel and go back to editing. That's something you could do. The local storage offers methods for saving, retrieving, and deleting items. The items you save can be of any JavaScript data type. For instance, the setItem method is used to save an item, and the getItem method retrieves the item. To delete a specific item, you can utilize the removeItem method, or if you want to delete all items in the storage, you can use clear. Okay. I'm reading these words, I'm saying them out loud, and they're just not really going into my brain. My task array has been provided for us. We want to use the setItem method to save it with a key of data. Okay. So they've given us this data. We want to save it. Interesting. Okay. My key of data. Data is not defined. I think what they meant was that we do my task array here. I have a key of dating. I think they wanted to say data is the key and my task array is the value. Yeah, okay, that's so weird. Okay, so let's see if that works. And here is what we're looking at. We're looking at applications. Application. FreeCodeCamp, Python input SW, JavaScript. There's a manifest here, okay. Manifest. What'd they say? Select local storage. Bruh, I don't know where local storage is in here. Where's local storage? Maybe it's not here because it didn't like... I don't see local storage. Where's local storage? I don't see where local storage is. Oh, I think it's in storage here. And then local storage is there. I think they're just telling me it's in the wrong place. It's got to be over here, and then local storage. FreeCodeCamp. Let's see, where is that stored? It should be called data. Key should be data. It's this thing. Object. Roger. Let's come back to this in a few minutes. I need to get up and walk around. I was cheating a little bit here and coming back from break before. And if you notice here in the local storage, I've got object, right? For our value of this data. And that's what they're saying over here, is that we need to do a JSON stringify to it. JSON on that, and then now let's see, now the data shows up here. I haven't had the microphone on this whole fucking time. Are you kidding me? I said some really funny shit too. I wonder how long that's been. Shit. It should have been on. You know why? I don't know why it's like that. Wait. Oh, I think I fucked up. Alright, that's supposed to be tethered to the Zoom lock. That's not supposed to be the microphone. Did I stop doing the Zoom lock? I don't know what I did. Oh, man. That sucks. Oh, well. Well. It is what it is. Remove item. Queer methods. Since you already splice to remove the deleted task from task data, all you need to do now save task data to local storage again. It's so weird. It is weird. Okay. So you are still loading this into... You still are loading every single thing into memory, just by the way, you know, from this... the way that we're, like, persisting the task data array as a variable. Yeah, so we're going to use set item to save the data array again. All right, we're almost done here. If you want to add remover task, it should reflect in the UI. However, that's not happening right now because you have yet to retrieve the tasks. To do this, you need to modify your initial task data to be an empty array. Set task data to the retrieval of data. And we'll need to parse that into a array object. Or an empty array, okay. Okay, interesting. Alright, they still don't reflect in the user interface when the page loads, however, they appear when you add a new task. Okay. Um, all right, we're almost done here. Yeah, I'm gonna start preparing for the next week and the next month, actually. Next 4 streams. I'm gonna have to like look up my calendar and stuff, because getting to the end of the year, you know, stuff isn't guaranteed. I'm not guaranteed to have Tuesdays available. There are 2 bugs left to fix. First, if you create a task with only spaces for the title, an empty task will be created even though the title is required. Fix that by adding a check at the beginning of the function for if. Could be blank, right? And you don't want it to be blank. I don't. Is it just alert? It is that. Okay. I just want to be done. It's time to work on the final issue, so if there is a to-do task with a special character like a quote inside of the name or description of the item, the application breaks. We've got to remove special characters. What's going on here? I honestly, I don't know how to do this. How do we do this again? I'm gonna need a hint, because help. What? What are they talking about? Have we done this before? I feel like we did. I don't remember it, man. Oh. Well, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I'm just gonna do this then. We have to call it anything special? I mean, I could have done it this way. That works, okay. Alrighty, what else? Special characters in the title. Oh gosh. There we go, we're done with this. And then we created the to-do app. It works. Trust me, bro. It works. Tasks. Tasks. Task. Doodly tasks. Doodly toots. Doodly tats. Paddly tats. We added a couple tats, and then we can edit this one because I don't want the title to be that. I want the title to be Ibbity. Ibbity booper. Okay, where's the developer tools? Do we have this? It's not showing up here. There's a reference area or undeclared variable special chars. Don't know when that happened. Oh well. Alright, well, I'm tired as fuck. That took a lot out. I'm going to move along here. And cool. Yeah, interesting. We were learning how to work with the local storage. Yeah, that's cool. Cool. Wonder if you can use that for storing data in Obsidian as well, temporarily. I gotta get this. All right, let's take a break. I'll be back to close up in a few. Alrighty, let's close this up here. So that was this tutorial from FreeCodeCamp. Learn the local storage by building a Todo App. We built that Todo App. You can edit things. You can delete them. You can have Hypatia bark at a bird. You can add new tasks. You can close this down, and you can add tasks and have the discard thing come up. Pretty cool. Cool little modals and stuff and whatnot. Interesting, you know. It's interesting stuff. So next week, let me take a look at my schedule. This is just going to be the scheduling portion of the stream. So, did I lose connection or something somewhere? I must have. All right. It's weird that it comes up with this. Why does it? That's weird. It is weird that it doesn't. Okay. I am confused as hell. Okay. Alright. Whatever. Next week we want to do this one. Which looks like a pretty hefty thing. Using recursion, which is a mindfuck a lot of the times, the way that it's presented. Doesn't have to be a mindfuck, but they make it seem so. Build a Roman numeral converter project. Decimal to binary. I might... Oh gosh, no, I don't want to do that. I might want to try to double up on these things. If I'm able to. So let me see. So this week we did our local storage. I kind of like, because I really want to carry in to the project aspect, where I'm not just kind of fuddling around with what I did the week before. This, okay, there we go. Yeah. That's weird. Okay, hang on a second. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay. Learn recursion by building a decimal to binary converter, and then go into the certification project after that. Yeah. We're not going to get this done this year. This is quite a lot, right? There's not that much time left in this year. Yeah. Let me schedule some of these, though. And let's see, because I think, okay, spam filter is a quick one. And learn basic algorithms one is a quick one as well. So I think we could do those together. We could definitely do those together. And then statistics calculator and learning to build a spreadsheet. Oh gosh, okay, so that's going to be a separate week. So we'll have to split that up. And, I mean, hopefully there's enough time to do the certification project after that. What other ones can I double up? Double up on the bubble and a W. Yeah, so 60. These things might end up getting really tough, though. I feel like I shouldn't be thinking that far ahead. OOP by building a shopping cart. Okay. Gosh, that's gonna have to be a separate week, won't it? Another separate week. The platformer game, that seems like it's gonna be interesting. And then, I wanna double up on these things. Build a dice game, certification projects, cash register thing. There's gotta be something at the end of this. That's a certification project, or is that a separate thing? This is also a certification project. We tag it as such. Okay. Okay. Quite a lot going on here. Quite a lot going on here. Okay. All right. Well, let me try to schedule some of this stuff here. It's weird. Stop that break timer going. Let me get this going. We will do this. Okay. Schedule for that. So what I should do is I should just copy what I had before. So what I'll do is I'll copy this one. Okay. I mean, that was today. There. Yes, like intermediate stuff. Let's see. Okay. So new go live, is that what it is? Schedule stream, that's what it is. I can just reuse settings. Okay, I'll just reuse settings. Easy peasy. Okay, so week 12 will be decimal to binary converter and a Roman numeral converter project as well. So let's see. also kind of want... Yeah, okay. I'll just copy this text here. Copy the text. Copy the URL. Do that. I feel like I might actually just do the certification projects offline. I might just do that. Yeah, because, okay. I might just end up doing that. That way I don't have to, like, talk my way through it. I can just fuddle around. We do want... Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, I don't know why I can't just repeat using the other one. It's weird. What are some tags that I can use for this? Because I feel like I can use the co-working or something. Co-working. Learn in public. That's another one. Source. CSS, FOSS. I do need to remove those, I think. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna end up doing the other things offline. Yeah. So that'll be next week at 9:30, I think. Let me just double check and make sure. I gotta check my calendar. Let's see, because I do have Thunderboyd. You can check the calendar on Thunderboyd. See. Okay. Weird. Weirdy McNeardy. Okay, calendar, and then I want to look up the monthly calendar here. Okay. Hypatia as a vet. Oh shoot, I gotta yeah, I need to change that. Okay, and then new patient appointments. Yeah, okay, so 28th is out. Okay, Hypatia has a meet on 20th. Huh, okay. I need to reschedule that. Should just need to cancel coloring. Yeah. Okay, so I'm losing a Tuesday. That's probably... How does that line up? Shoot. Okay, that's one next week, and then I'll do that offline with that one. Do it offline, the certification project, and then I'll do learn with a spam filter, and then algorithmic thinking. And then we have, yeah, so it doesn't quite line up well. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Next week is fine. Okay, so that's scheduled next week. And then I can schedule another one. I'm going to try to double up some of these in the coming weeks. That's going to be this one. Copy, right? Copy the element. Gotta be running up that time here. 3 more minutes, okay. I'm just doing some scheduling for next time while I have the Pomodoros going. Otherwise, I'll just not have the motivation to do this menial garbage here, right? Let's see. Like that. Okay. We'll go here. Inspector Gadget. Copy him there, copy him there. Okay. All right, that's what's coming up in the next couple of weeks. We'll do this learner recursion thing. I'm going to do the certification project offline. Maybe I'll start it, but I don't know how much energy I'm going to have by the end of that other one. I really am trying to double up on some of these things. Learn regular expressions by building a spam filter. It would be fun. And then I want to double that up with basic algorithmic thinking. Building a number sorter. Okay. All right. So that's next week, then the week after that. And then I think I have take that day off next week after that, and then November I'll start with learn advanced array methods. So that'll be November. That's the end of the Pomodoros then. November. First week, second week of November, third week, fourth week, and then there's Thanksgiving in there. So maybe we do that one. Maybe we don't. And then there's December. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we're threading the needle here. We might be able to finish this by the end of the new year. Highly doubtful, though. Worst case, finish it in the first month of the new year. Yeah. But I want to commit to doing these on Tuesdays. At least the next 2 are already scheduled. I just gotta check off one more of these. And that will be the 21st, and the 28th we'll have to take a day off. We'll take the week off. Stream in there. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, so that was learning to do stuff with the To-Do app. What was it called again? The local storage stuff. localStorage with the To-Do app. Pretty cool stuff there. I like this one. But so please join me again next time. Got the next 2 weeks scheduled out. I'm committed to doing those, and then November we'll try to get 4 in, and then hopefully we can do a couple in December. Looking forward to being done with this course. I do like what I'm learning here. I am seeing how these things can be applied in the open source projects that I want to get involved in. So just little by little, just chipping away at trying to, gear myself up to feel confident in messing around with some open source projects. So until next week, ta-ta for now, and have a great week. Check me out on Solves on Twitch. KevDub Solves crosswords and stuff, and other word games. I've been doing that like Wednesday, every Wednesday. I'm probably going to pop in there again today to do some AVCX crosswords, which are fun. Very they're hip, they're cool, they're up to date on the lingo, and some fun fresher crossword puzzles than if you could feel like if you're feeling like the New York Times is feeling stale, if you're feeling like all those other outlets that are much more constrained in their editorial processes and editorial policies. Give the AVCX a shot. They're fun. So, see y'all next week.